Let's go. All right. I don't know why the streamer bot chat is not connected for some reason. This is got to be over there. Hello, hello. Hey Prince. Hey Xavier. How's it going? Is it Xavier or Xavier? What's your preferred pronunciation there? This is the new mic cover. That is absolutely true. I always don't set it up, so I just kind of like leave it in frame. Also got a smaller one, but the bigger one reduces more of the background noise, and I have an AC unit running, so I think it's better for stream. Like the X-Men guy. Okay. I think we're good. Except for the bot says it's connected, but it is not actually showing chat for some reason. Oh well. I guess we'll live without it. Different languages, different pronunciation. That makes sense to me. Nice to meet you as well. You've been in stream before, haven't you? Sejong. So let's make sure this runs, because I haven't run it since last week, but I have done some weird stuff on my computer. I think we still have a ton of blenvy is still very noisy, so it puts out a lot of logs. I think after it gets through the alpha and into the like beta / release stage, that will change. Animations still look good, even though for some reason it's logging out no graph. I assume that's just starting too early. There's an interesting thing that blenvy does where it like kind of double instantiates some stuff so that it can copy components over, especially if you have like, oh, let me boost the Blender UI a bit. So especially if you have like a collection wrapped around a cube or something, this happens a lot in instancing. You can have like a cube or some object or whatever with some, I don't know, components on it or whatever, and then a collection that is the instance. So it has to like instantiate both and then merge them, because you can have instance level overrides. So I think that some of my systems are picking up on that. And then the rest of this stuff is expected. I wish I could get rid of those warnings specifically, because BlenderKit will never have a registration. That's just like a plugin. Arbitrary plugins inside of Blender add arbitrary metadata to like the serialization format. So it's a little awkward to see things like BlenderKit in here. I think there's also cycles sometimes in here. Looks like something failed to deserialize, but otherwise we're doing pretty good. Okay. So we have the game, and the game works. We did inventory last week, so we spawn NPC. We can collect, if we have the virtual grid and we've placed a machine, then we should be able to go here and interact with it. If we're too far away, it won't let us. Should be done at that point. And then we give the stuff back and the NPC goes away. So I was thinking today either doing actual characters instead of capsules for the NPCs, or doing some kind of inventory debug tool. I think the inventory debug stuff is going to become important at some point, because it's hard to tell what has inventory and what doesn't. And to some extent, we can go into the world inspector and just kind of like look that stuff up. But the bigger the game gets, the more entities there are, the more stuff appears in this list, the less useful it is to show everything. And then it would just be nice to have a dedicated inventory view. I actually kind of wish I could add to this little list here with like explicit components or a query. But I do want these capsules to be little people running around. So maybe we'll do the little people. I'm going to save whatever we have here because it's all working. And then the first thing to do is going to be to go to our assets, and we have basically a bunch of GLBs for these characters, and there's a bunch of different characters. So I'm thinking that we have a couple options. See, where are the characters? So we've got A through F, A through F, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 12 characters technically. I don't really want to specify 12. I think that Bevy Asset Loader has a way to load an array, but I don't remember how to do it, so I'm going to go check. Two collections, loading state. I don't think dynamic collection is what we want. Also, if we do folders, then we are like disallowing ourselves from doing web deploys because folders don't work on web. I don't think Bevy Asset Loader changes that. I don't really plan on deploying this on web, so maybe that's fine. And then it doesn't really matter what the customers are, so we'll probably just do something like this. Collection untyped. This is all dynamic stuff. So we can do a typed collection. This takes a folder path. Okay, we can do multiple paths. That's what I'm looking for. Because I do want to specify like a list like this. A mapped collection of all of them. So we'll have player there, and then we'll have all of these. It is not happy with that for some reason. Oh, because I put it right in the middle, didn't I? Hey, Rootster, how's it going? Welcome back. Maybe I'll put this all the way down here. I don't remember why we were loading the whole GLTF. Are we actually using that? Let's see. We've got game scene that is looking for GLTFs. The player assets.gltf we are using. Okay. I think that's how we're accessing the animations, if I remember correctly, because we have to go. Yeah, and then we have GLTF named meshes for the other stuff. That's not relevant. So in game scene is really our only usage. So we'll go to game scene, look for GLTF, and I think that's just a warning. And then we load the player. Interesting. So we're loading the GLTF and the player, but we're only checking for the GLTF. I don't think we use that then. This is nav mesh stuff. Nav mesh stuff doesn't access the player GLTF, and the player GLTF is just loading the first scene. So I don't think we actually use that. Let's find out. If we comment out all of this and the application still runs, then we don't use it. Benefits of having a typed language. So in game scene, we are doing that check for GLTF that we just saw earlier. This is not really relevant, I guess. We don't really need to do this check because the only time that we're spawning is after we've bevy asset loaded. So that should not be necessary. And then do we use GLTFs in here? No, we don't. So we can just get rid of that entirely. And that should be fine. And we're still good. So back in assets, we should be able to do this, and then we need to bring in hash map. We'll use the bevy hash map. The only difference between the bevy hash map and the standard hash map is the hasher being used. So the hash algorithm that bevy uses by default is actually not, it's not like secure, right? It's faster, but it's not as secure. The default hasher used by the standard library is more secure, but it's a little bit slower. So if I was using this to prevent collisions for some reason, I might care, but for our purposes, we don't care. So this is going to be scenes. And inside of assets, in the mini characters, we'll get the names. I don't remember if there's a map function in new shell. Let me look it up. Not the operator map. That is new shell. Yes. Today you learned there was a difference between what? Scenes and GLTF files? Let's see. Apply map V. We're looking for like a flat map or a... I guess it would just be like a string concat. Oh, hash map from Bevy and hash map of standard. Yes. It usually doesn't matter. I think it's just a little confusing when you start thinking about somebody coming to import them and figuring out which one to import. To do, provide detail on the each command set. Okay, each curly brace argument should be good. This is basically exactly what we want. We just want to do like a string template a little bit here. So each curly braces, arguments, item, $, and then the templating is item followed by we need hash scene 0. And that should give us our output. That does look like it gives us the right output. And then all to JSON because I want this as JSON. Something took a little bit longer than I wanted it to there. Not sure what happened there. I'll pipe it to PB copy and then we should be able to go here and just paste this in. It will be an array, a JSON array, so we'll have to get rid of the wrapping, and then we will have to get rid of assets as well, because this is all already in assets. So now we've got our full list of all of the characters. A couple of these are not going to be relevant, I don't think. I didn't filter anything, so like textures we're going to pull out. I think there's a GLTF file in here and a bin. So character mail A, and then a couple of the aids will have to come in a different way. Defibrillator. We're looking just for the characters here, not the accessories, is what I'll call them for the moment. We could have done this filter in new shell too. I also just didn't think about it. It's so cool using new shell like that. Yeah, so I mean, like we could have done the whole thing, right? We could have get name, or is it like where starts with or something like that. The search on the new shell site is not great. What to do? Yeah. Where I think $ in equal or starts with, maybe? I forget how to do starts with in new shell. Stir starts with. Unrelated, but am I excited for macOS Sequoia? I mean, I guess. I'm not like... I'm not... mini characters 1/car should be enough. And then I think we need to do stir starts with. Stir starts with that. String doesn't support cell paths. I'm not super excited for Sequoia. Like I can't think of anything in Sequoia that I know of that um is like super exciting for any reason, you know? Are you excited for Sequoia? Like is there something that you're super into? The new window management. I guess I'm using Yabai, right? So um like if I do this, it'll just automatically tile for me. So I'm not super excited about the window management because I already have a window management solution. Yeah, so we get the filter correctly there. Is it where? Yeah, okay. I just didn't have my parentheses in the right place. So then that should be our list. Yeah, so then we get all of the characters specifically. And we could probably even go further and chop off the front. I do find that for a lot of one-off scripts like this, like just need to do some data manipulation to something, would rather not type it. Um, New Shell is really, really great. I really, really, really like New Shell for this. I just upgraded from some version to another version, so I'm making sure to check all the docs for my syntax and stuff. It does undergo some changes, so do be aware of that. But there's nothing wrong with also like staying on a version for a long time, which is kind of what I do. I stay on like whatever version I'm on. I'll probably stay on that for 3 to 6 months, and then I'll upgrade to whatever is available at the time, unless there's something that comes out that I really want to use. So mini characters. This is all 12 of them, I think. 119 minus 107, that's 12. So this should run at least. Our loading time will go up a little bit, not too much. In dev, it goes up more because the asset processing is a little bit slower. I think I have the optimizations in already. So we are going to have to name this first of all. What do we call this? Characters. And this is a bunch of scenes, and they'll have, I think, this full label as their name. We don't really care about the names. We're not going to access these by key. I think we're just going to randomize it. So let's start with, I think NPCs is where we spawn these in, right? So this is spawn customer NPC. We will need the assets. I think we called those player assets, right? I guess we could make that a different set of assets too. I just didn't. Player assets. And then it'll be nice to remove all this sampling code in 0.15. That'll all of this code translates into like a single .sample call in 0.15, which is kind of hilarious. So spawn PBR bundle. Is PBR bundle enough? I don't think so. I think we need a scene. Which has all of these fields. We don't care about the visibility. We do care about the transform. We don't care about the material. So the transform is going to be this transform. And then the scene. We need to do some randomness here. Do we have an RNG here? I think we already have an RNG here, right? Yeah, we do. So we have an RNG, and then we can do... what is it? It is player assets dot characters, right? Which apparently I didn't make public, so we have to go back. Pub characters. Customer NPC. So player assets dot characters dot iter dot choose, I think, is all we need. We do need to pass the RNG in there. So random character equals all of this. I think this needs to come in as a mutable reference. And then this scene is going to be random character dot clone, because I think it's going to be a handle. Actually, are they handles right now? Is that what I specified? Yeah, it should be a handle to a scene. Which makes me a little confused as to why that would be having an issue. But let's get the defaults in here and then... Oh, because it's an option. Okay, so we're just going to expect this because it should always succeed. If our randomness fails, I think we're in real trouble. So I think that's the only way this would fail. Unless there were no characters or something. Expect... I don't know. Random character selection to always succeed. Because if we can't choose a character, then we can't spawn a character, and that's like a hard limit. And then the game kind of is like over, you know? So this is going to be string and scene. So this is going to be character key. And this is going to be, I guess we can keep this as random character. One F too much is at the end. One F too much at the end in the expect string. Expect random character selection to always succeed. It's a new language I'm making up. Succeed. You just add F to the end of everything. Thank you for pointing that out. So now when we spawn NPCs in, we do have to make some adjustments here. You can see that our little NPC is like in the ground. So we probably need to lift it a little bit. I guess this is the same problem we had with the player, right? So how are we solving that for player? It's all good. I know. I appreciate you calling it out because otherwise it would have just sat there forever. Let's see, collider capsule. So our player actually has the ability to drop into the level because it has a collider on it. It's a dynamic rigid body. I think we also want the NPCs to do that at some point, because we're going to want you to be able to interact with the NPCs. But I think for the moment, what we're going to do is we're just going to hack it a little bit, because it's not super important to get it perfectly correct when we start out here. So new transform is going to be the XZ, right? And then the new transform dot translation dot y will set equal to ideally half the player height, which we could probably access. I think I'm just going to hard code it though. And I think I'm just going to hard code it. I think 50 is way too much. I think it's like 1 or something. But we can check this out inside of the game. So this would be... Actually, we didn't give it a name, did we? That's hilarious. It just kind of floated down. I don't know, 0.5 or something. You type unrelated stuff like year instead of where, or SERP instead of sprite. Yeah, I mean, it happens, you know? Okay, so that character... So, actually, I think that the thing that we want to do here is not actually modify this. I think we want to modify where the character is on that. So this scene bundle, technically this is going to be the NPC and whatnot. But I think we want to make this a child, which means that we actually need a spatial bundle here. So this has transform, global transform, and visibility. And really all we want out of this is the transform. This transform will be here. And then this will work out correctly if we take this and we do that with children. With child is a new API, so we can't use it yet because it's in 0.15. I feel like the further we get into the release, or like, not the release cycle, but the like, I guess it is the release cycle. The further we get into the release cycle, the more I'm like, ah, yeah, there's a new API in 0.15 I want to use. So let's make this like 0.5, I think. And then that will stay up high enough. And we could actually probably take that and move it in, but we don't really need to. This needs to be a default. So this should keep... Oh, commands. That's because I need to use builder here. Use the thing you're given as the argument in the closure, not the outer commands. Haha. It is kind of hilarious that some of them are walking and some of them aren't. I think that there's only one, let's see, Tenua animation. think there's only one commonality, and that's the specific character model, which feels really weird. So we're querying for a whole bunch of stuff here. We've labeled the player somehow, right? Entity handle. I guess we're not querying for player. Or not game menu, game scene. So this is player. Player is a scene bundle, rigid body collider, Tenua stuff, collision layers with an inventory. And then there's this other stuff attached to it. Init animations only looks for the animation player. So I think this is what we're actually running into. Because when we initialize the animations, which is when we insert the animation graph, we're doing it for the player, which is the animation player on everything. So init animations on add animation player. Animation player will be true for all of the characters we spawn in. Player assets animation graph gets inserted on any of them with the example animation weights. I think that's all fine. And then we play. I think that would be fine for everything. Or for all the characters that are coming in. It's still a little confusing as to why our animations are only playing on some of them. It's also really interesting that it's always almost seemingly in order for the randomness. We're not, I feel like we're using the ID of the GLTF of the player for controlling the animations, which feels really awkward. And that would be in the Bevy Tenua stuff, which I think would be animate platform character. We're looking for anything with an animating state and a Tenua controller, and then anything with an animation player and an example animation weight. So this also has to have something else on it, is what I'm coming to. So our query is basically not being filtered correctly, which means that when we do this for our game scene, physics, avian, when we spawn player, we've got our scene bundle. We don't have anything else to differentiate animation player. This is where it would be really nice to have these GLTS inside of our blend file, because we could just add that component using blenvy. For loading in a random GLTF or GLB or whatever for these characters, we don't get to reach into the scene unless the scene has already loaded. So what is our decision there? Basically, this query finds things that are deep in the tree of the scene. Ideally, we need a parent to have player for this to be valid. So we can iter descendants. Can we iter ancestors? Because we're doing an iter descendants entity. And then the player is being defined as anything that is the animation, anything that has the animation handler, right? So we iter descendants for some entity for everything in this query. We find map. Okay, so that would only find one. Player waits, animation query, get. Is this still in the loop? This is still in the loop. So let's do, I have a suspicion that this is running multiple times. So let's just validate that. Can't Blender import the GLTFs complete with animations? Yeah, I think you're right. We could try to do that. So the other problem is that every frame, that's the only info that we're running. Yeah, I mean, we could take that approach. We could pull the GLTFs into Blender. I think the animations would still be in there. I'm kind of moving forward with the idea that we're going to replace them entirely. So I've kind of written it so that they'll just get ripped out at some point. But maybe we should do the GLTF stuff sooner. So this runs once when there's only one of the player character. When there are two of the player characters, it still only runs once. Which is interesting. We're not looping again down here. We are looping again. It's just the player. And the player is what came back from the animation players query, so it's a single thing. So I'm a little confused as to why the animation is playing on that other scene. This should be driving the animations. There shouldn't be a difference between the characters that we're spawning and the ones that we aren't. Or I guess the player and the other characters. The Chinua stuff is here, the input map is here, the collision layers are here. I believe this is running for everything, doing a quick scale increase to make sure that that's true. So there's a massive player character. So this runs for all of them. So it's not actually the controller for sure, because if it was the controller, also this makes me feel like we're building a Godzilla game. Like, you remember that game where you play as a monster and you break all the buildings? So it's not the controller. I think it's just the... It's just the way we're setting up the animations for some reason. This runs, so this gets inserted onto everything. Every character has the same animations, as far as I'm aware. Setup level, game over. What else do we have here? It's not the animation controller. It's just the animation graph. We're only initializing the animations. The NPCs don't have differences between them besides the GLTF ID. This is the only system in here. It only runs once for one player. Are we grabbing the GLTF here? No. Where else do we grab the GLTF? When we spawn and then in navmesh. So we're not really doing that. Let's just check navmesh just in case I like put some random thing in here. GLTFs, GLTF meshes, mesh, named mesh. Yep, not affecting the player there. Animation graph is there. The Tenua animation, the game scene, our main menu buttons. I wonder if Tenua is doing something. But we have established that this system right here is not managing the controller. Our controls have player action, Tenua controls, leaf wing, player actions. Should do a video on this specifically. So I set up my, I don't remember if we did this on stream, but I set up the controls to be camera based. So when you run forward, you run away from camera. When you run backward, you run towards camera, and then left and right is the left and right of camera view. Controller basis walk. That makes sense. Main camera, keyboard query, action state with player. I will say the Tenua animation stuff was some of the stuff that took the longest when I was working on this during the jam. It's the part of this code that I understand the least, if I'm being honest. This is for any entity with an animation graph. So graph handles get entity. Do we need to do an additional check here? Because graph handles will have all of the animation graph, which will be every NPC. And then we get a handle back to that animation graph. We unfortunately can't do a filter on this query because of the way GLTF is organized. Because we're looking for the animation graph is somewhere inside of the scene. The player marker component is on the root. So we could iter ancestors here to check to see if it's also the player's animation graph. It feels weird to be doing that. So maybe the other option is, if this works, then we look at Airy. And then we can query for the animation graph that is associated with the player. The other thing is that they literally have an example for inventory, which we already have. So command spawn scope. I guess we don't have access to scope when we're adding that animation graph. Powering connected devices. Yeah, because then we would be able to do like relations, whatever, in our query. So, you know, animation graphs that are related to player, if that is the issue. I think graph handles might also not be that big. So let's do that first. So this program will crash if we have multiple graph handles. I think we might only have one. Nope. We have multiple. That's good for us. Feels a little weird that we have multiple animation graphs, but also correct. So graph handles. They're doing a query for children here. Let's make sure we haven't iter ancestors. Actually haven't had to use that yet. Returns an iterator of entities over all of entities' ancestors, so we should be able to do this. can only be called on query of parent. So we have to use this parent query. And then graph handles will be .ok returns an option, right? So graph handles .get entity I'm just writing this out long form because it's a little bit finicky in my head. This is like that. And then this will be E. And we will have to parent query .iter ancestors E .find .find what? Then we also need to find one that has the player component, right? This is getting a little bit complicated. So one of the two options that we have is, like Roberto said earlier, we could bring the stuff for the player characters into Blender and work with it that way, and then just label the player and stuff like that. We could also do what is it? Bevy post-processing scene kind of vibe. Is it this one? Bevy scene post-process? This might be the better option. This is kind of like our like when we spawn the player scene, but all of these scenes are going to be the same as the other issue. Command spawn scene bundle, scene processed scene, register post process, fake load scene. So new scene, scene world, whatever. This is a really awkward example. Spawn 3 entities with foo. They will be replaced with bar by post-processing. That's... Yeah, but what is foo? Foo is some random component. This is like constructing a random empty new scene. That's a really weird example. I don't love any of our options right now. I think we'll work this out for the moment, and then we'll pick one of the other options. So find some graph handles get entity. This will be the graph handle, right? This will be entity and handle animation graph. So we iter the ancestors of the graph handle entity. And then missing a curly brace before the else. We don't need a curly brace before the else. Right? Because it's let else syntax, it's not if let syntax. So it's let destructure equals thing that can fail, else return none. Unfortunately, we still have everything red because we are not handling that correctly. And I think this is okay, not some. Yeah. So we need to iterate over the ancestors. I think these are entities in here. Yeah. And then we need another query, unfortunately, for player. So like, I feel like this is just getting a little bit more awkward than I want to handle. So it would be player query dot get. We'll call this E because it's an entity. Why is this an issue? Cargo check. Expected bool found result. That's fine. Is okay. And then this needs to be a reference, right? Or not, or it needs to be a dereference because it is a reference. Yeah. So parent query, iter, whatever, get. And then here, this is just not what I want to be. If this, do something else, do something else. I need to get rid of the keyboard shortcut that does like go to top because it is so annoying and I never, ever, ever want to do it. I always want to do line movement. Okay, so if the parent query for this succeeds, then really what we want to give back is this tuple reconstructed. And then this is going to be like, what, a borrow error or something? No, expected bool found option. Okay, so if this is correct, if relations are the way we need to go, V mode. Yeah, fair. I feel like I never have a reason to go to the top. Okay, spawn NPC. That is not the player. Okay, player's still running, so that's not our issue. So maybe I don't understand how scenes work. That's entirely possible. I guess we'll leave this code here because it's not hurting anything. It's just some extra processing that we really don't need to do. There is nothing else that I can think of that would be running the animation. Right? This is all loading stuff because it's assets. The Chinua animation only has that one function for the player character. It's got to be the animation graph. And it's got to be that the animation graph only triggers for the one GLTF scene for some reason. And because I've been super terrible about code organization, I just don't know which function that is. That's got to be the answer. I guess the other option is Tenua is doing something that I'm unaware of. So let's do this. Let's make sure that we have a high percentage chance to get the relevant character. So this is the one that we need, and then we'll just comment out all of the others. So we have about a 50% chance of getting the one that we want versus the one that shouldn't be animating. So increasing the chance of this occurring every time we run the program. And then blenvy helpers shouldn't have anything. The grid doesn't have animation code as far as I'm aware. Raycast. Do work. What does do work do? Do work. This is the machine processing code. And then the test observer doesn't do anything. Interact with machine doesn't handle animations. We don't have anything in lib, do we? Bunch of plugins. Nope. Write registry, then exit. Like, there is not that much code. Init animations. So is this only running for specific on add animation player, commands query, mute animation player, transform? This should be running for everything. Player assets, animation graph clone, insert. The only other thing I can think of is the other characters for some reason don't have the same animation names. Let's get rid of the Tenua info stuff. And while I'm doing this, it's worth pointing out that I'm happy to answer any other questions while I'm doing this debugging. I know this debugging probably isn't the most entertaining to watch. Okay, we don't want this to be large. I want to see the logs. So inserting animation graph, inserting animation graph. That is 3 inserting animation graphs. That's 4 inserting animation graphs. That doesn't seem right. Init animations on add animation player. We spawn an individual. Why are we seeing 4 of those? I guess it. Query is for entity, animation player, transform. Ah, okay. So this is one thing we have to do without. What's the example animation weights? So to start with, if it already has this inserted on it, we don't want to reinsert it. So that might be part of the problem. Spawn once. Spawn. Okay, so now that only inserts once. It is still not. Okay. I think I want to look at the GLTFs. Where are the GLTFs? Mini characters 1. Let's look for this character. Let's do import from GLB. We will do this character, save it to the same directory, animations. Oh, that's the wrong way to do that. Emote, yes. So it should have walk, right? What does our RON file look like? Our RON file has only indices, so animation 0, 1, 2, and 3. For the Tenua animation stuff, if I remember correctly, or in the game scene. I think it's in the game scene. In the game scene, we have a list of all of the animations. Right? And we did that via the GLTF, if I'm remembering correctly. So we could do GLTF, or I guess we've really only had the scenes. But that should still pull the GLTF in, right? So we aren't pulling in the GLTF file for the player character. These are all scenes. That's a scene. This is our animation graph. I mean, I guess we could do this, right? And make sure that these are all in. Character GLTFs. So then when we're inserting the animations, so this player is why it's walking. Why that player doesn't work for the other characters, I'm not sure. It might be time to do a little bit of a search in the GitHub issues. I'm still assuming that it's my fault at the moment. So player assets, player entity. Should we be able to get right GLTFs, res assets, GLTF. GLTFs dot get, right? Entity. And this always needs to succeed, because if it doesn't, then our player would not be here. That doesn't take an entity. That takes a handle. So I guess animation player is going to be inside of the scene. That's why we have this function in the first place. That's just really annoying. All right, let's just do this outside once every time this runs, I suppose. So GLTF, we won't be getting via entity, we'll be iterating. For GLTF in GLTFs.iter. I guess we don't need to .iter, but GLTFs. And then GLTF dot animations, right? Is that going to be res assets GLTF as into iter? So this gives us an asset ID and a GLTF. So we want just the GLTF. And then we can do at least let's log out named animations. Maybe I'll I have other stuff to do this week, but pretty soon we need to modify this to not be the built-in character. So maybe I'll do that soon. That was interesting. Did it not? Let's do named animation dot there are animations in Bevy now. I mean, there were animations in Bevy too, but they got better in 0.14 if you were kind of waiting for that. For 3D, yeah. Is the blue pop filter new? The blue pop filter is in fact new. Yeah, if you were working on it a year ago, it definitely has improved. It's been about 4 releases since a year ago. There's a new animation graph. Let's see. News, not the 4th birthday. So there's a new animation graph. That was at like 13 or 12. And then there's a new animation blending with that graph. So you can run multiple animations at the same time. There is currently not bone masking is the really I think it's the thing that people want the most that doesn't currently exist. So if you want to run like a walking animation or a running animation and also a sword swipe at the same time, and you kind of bone mask the top half and the bottom half, that is not built into Bevy. There are third-party creates that are doing it. So it's totally possible. It's just that the built-in stuff doesn't currently do that. It is a known issue though. Keys. So keys is going to do what's wrong with that? I think that was the first thing you worked on, but you had clashing focuses with what was wanted to be implemented. I can see that. I guess we could just collect this into box string. I don't really care at the moment. Animations, run. Right now, what I'm trying to do is, so the issue is that we're spawning in a player with a complicated character controller called Bevy that is handling driving the animations for the player. All of that works just fine. As you can see here, we have the player running, jumping, like all of that kind of stuff. Let's not put the player behind the wall. The issue currently is when I spawn in something else, it is automatically running, which is fine. But when I spawn in one that isn't that GLTF with the same spawning code, it currently doesn't run the animation. So I'm checking to make sure that like the names of the animations for each GLTF match up. And it looks like they do. Actually, is that one empty? Why is that one empty? Let me do this again and look at it. You're glad Bevy is moving forward and more people are using it? Yeah, I mean, it makes significant progress every time they do a release, right? Why does named animations empty there? It's empty and then it's not empty. I feel like this is a blenvy thing, but maybe not. Check my exports. What do you mean by my exports? Like the GLTF exports? Bevy is impressive. It does stuff in Rust I wish I knew how to do. Okay, so that character... Okay, that's the confusing part here. The confusing part is, okay, so we've got this observer. It triggers when an animation player component is added. The animation player component is being added not once, not twice, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. No, it's being added once, but we have, I guess that's for every GLTF. Okay, that makes more sense. So what that means is that that is not an issue. Okay, that's fine. So right now we have effectively 2 GLTFs that are characters in the scene. And this is just for every GLTF. I forgot that I moved it out of this loop. So that I think makes sense. Because there should be 2 GLTFs, both with the animations. Unfortunately, the named animations doesn't give us the order, so we have to do a little bit more work. So gltf.animations .iter.map a. This is going to be a handle animation clips dot get a dot unwrap because it has to be there dot collect is not going to be a string. I don't remember what you're saying it doesn't do. What are you saying it doesn't do? We have gltf files in here that are not characters and thus don't have animations. For example, we have a navmesh gltf. We have the level. We have a couple of other things. Named animations is a hash map. Named animations is a hash map, which means that it doesn't retain the order from the gltf file, because hash maps by default do not retain order. So when you iterate over a hash map, you actually don't get order out of that hash map. Not just hash map in general, hash map Rust. So, for example, for keys, right? An iterator visiting all keys in arbitrary order. I believe that when you compile the application, given the same data, it does do a deterministic order, but it is not ordered, if that makes sense. Yeah, and iter is visiting all key value pairs in arbitrary order. The reason being that if you wanted things to be ordered, you would use a B-tree map, because a B-tree map iter is sorted by key. But it's worth noting that this is sorted by key. And with a hash, it would also be sorted by key or by insertion order or something like that, right? Which, importantly, is not necessarily the order that they're in the gltf file, right? Like animation number 0 is not necessarily going to be inserted into that hash map in the same order. Hey, Miner, how's it going? It's a little hard to see when we look at the gltf files because the gltf files are freaking huge. But like the first, these are going to be animation clips, right? If the key is string, would it be by the actual string or by its hash? I believe it would be by the hash because it's a hash map, so it always does the hash. I don't know the answer to that offhand, though. Because that is the point of a hash map, right? It hashes the key and puts them in. So references to animation clips are fine. This will now be the order that's in the gltf file. The ordering of the B-tree map iter is sorted by key. Yeah. Okay, this is too much data. So these should have names on them, right? Clips, unwrap, dot, What is the data on an animation clip? List of variable curves in the animation target IDs. Because animation clips refer to targets by UUID, they can target, Do clips not have anything that we can use to recover the name? That's unfortunate. Yeah. If it's just a list of curves, then that doesn't help us very much, unfortunately. Hash mat of target IDs and curves, yeah. That's unfortunate. Target IDs are bones. That doesn't help us either. I don't think this is the issue anyway, so I'm not worried about it anymore. But it's going to be something silly at this point, I believe. So that should have inserted the animation graph, which should have then played the animation graph. It does happen for this one. It doesn't happen for the other one. And we get on add, insert, on add, insert. So it's the same behavior. The GLTF does expose animations by their names as a labeled asset. As a labeled asset? That's a great question. I don't know if they are a sub-asset by name. That's not what I'm looking for at the moment, though. The issue at the moment is, for some reason, right? Whenever our scene spawns, the actual player inside of the scene gets an animation player on it when it spawns. When that happens, if it doesn't have the example animation weights, which are our animation weights in our animation graph, if it doesn't have that component added to it, then we go through this loop for any of the things that are added. In this case, it's just going to be one because it's an observer. We insert the example animation weights to the same entity that has that graph, and then we play that set of default animations. So for some reason, this is playing, but only for the player that we also have as a character. Should all the models have different animations? I think they should be the same and shared between all the players, with each player having a different animation player and skeleton bones. Depends what you mean by shared, I guess. They're all separate GLTF files in this case. So they wouldn't be shared because there's no way for Bevy to determine that they are the same. So we don't have any IDs in our RON file, do we? Oh, I'm so silly. I am so silly. That's it. Thank you, Xavier. That is it. That is exactly it. Because we're using the RON file to define which clips are there, we are using the asset paths. Which means that we are specifying for each character. That's less exciting than I want it to be. Thank you for pointing that out, or at least giving the lead into that. I don't think we can do this, but it's worth a shot. We wrote this RON file so long ago. Yeah. It's wild that we don't see... I guess it could be warning us somewhere. Yeah, error encountered an IO error while loading asset is a directory. So it's awkward that that doesn't have an error, right? I guess technically speaking, if I do rust log none, no. Blenvy equals none. Info. Hey, you've brought luck a couple of times, Xavier. So, are you sure the model that isn't running has the animations? Yeah, that's exactly the issue. So, this is really unfortunate. I don't love this. We did the Ron graph because I thought it would be cool to be able to define this somewhere else, like in a separate small application or something. So the option is basically duplicating this at the moment for every player, which is fine. We could totally do that. Let's see what we have here. Get status, get diff. We want that stuff. Okay. So now that we know that that's the issue, could we even do that per player? I don't think so. Well, I think we could. Init animations on add animation player doesn't give us. I don't think it gives us like the GLTF file that we loaded. And we would have to key these in by GLTF file effectively, which is really annoying. So I think that we'll want to do this programmatically, unfortunately. So hopefully the animation graph hasn't had too many changes recently. Yeah, it doesn't look like it did. This example is also really big because it's meant to run, not really read. Is there a way to export each character in a GLTF without animations and the animations in a separate GLTF? I believe that is a thing you can do. I think this is what we're going to end up doing here. This still uses the specific paths for each of these animations, though. So I think this is the example of what you were saying, actually. Theoretically, you could take this animation 0 from some other GLTF. In this case, it just happens to be the same GLTF, but I don't think that's a restriction. Do we get... on add animation player. We could iter ancestors to get to the root. The root will have a handle to the GLTF, or at least the scene. And we could try to work backwards to there. On your response to Snowden's video on modular character, you used animations from a single GF into any of the models. Yes. I remember you doing that now. The other thing is that it feels a little weird that we have to set up all these clips ourselves. We can, and we can do it programmatically, and they're already in the GLTF file, so we don't need to load them. So we would just need to access the animation. The GLTF asset label animation gives us what, though? Is it the same thing that we get from named animations? That would be nice. Primitive morph target, animation usize. That's just, okay, that's just loading stuff. So theoretically, if we already have the animation, then we should be able to just put that in here. So we need the animation clip is my guess. Animation graph, add clip. We already have all the clips, right? And we have the clips in order. So I think we can just do this programmatically for the moment. In this case, this is how we get all the clips for a specific GLTF. This is on add animation player. We need the root GLTF. So I think we need to do that parent ancestor query, or we need to dig into the relations. So I think that's what we do. So what parent query is query for parent. So for this entity, then we'll do parent query.iter ancestors. Entity. And then we have to construct an animation graph, right? So we're just looking at that example. That's just going to be like this. We're not going to have any blend modes for the moment. We'll probably ditch the RON file. Shouldn't I be using animation transitions instead of animation player? Why would I use animation transitions? We're not doing animation fading at the moment. When using animation transitions, you should play all animations through the play method rather than the animation player. So you're saying that we only need blending if we're going to consistently play two animations at the same time? And if we're transitioning between them, we can just add the animation transitions component. So we actually don't need the graph at all. Or I guess. Okay, that makes it easier. um, so this runs for everything at the moment. I think I will just live with it breaking the player for the moment. And then we'll go back and we'll fix the player. Because right now, the way the player is working is we build up this graph and then that is driven by Tenua. And now I have a little bit more understanding about Tenua. So the example said that? The example for what? Animation transitions? Maybe Fox? Make sure to start the animation via animation transitions. Wants to manage all the animations and we'll get confused if the animations are started. Is animation transitions in 14? Yes. If that's accurate, then we need better docs on these for sure. So okay. So we pick an animation, we give it a transition duration. It decides how to do that manually, or not manually, automatically. Whereas if we were using the animation graph, we'd be doing that ourselves. So I think that will make this a little bit nicer. Crawling, dashing. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then the only things that we need to do for player are set the animation speed. Okay, yeah, I can live with that. That makes sense. So then animation player would get an animation transitions component, which we don't yet have access to. It doesn't get one automatically, does it? Let's see, cargo run. Probably not. Graph has a bug where if you transition between two animations too fast, sometimes you get bugged into mid or previous animation. I know there was a note in the docs we were just reading where if you play things without the animation transitions component, the transitions component can get confused. So, where's our player scene? Player scene, children. entity, children, character. This should be the one with the player. Player, target, no transform or transitions. And then everything below it has targets. Okay, so we need to add the animation transitions component ourselves, which I guess is what we do here. And then I'm not going to have example animation weights here. We are not going to bring in the animation graph. And we will not actually be able to play at this point, will we? Commands.entity, entity.insert, animation transitions. And animation transitions has a new, which does not do anything. So this will make it a little bit more awkward because we'll do the animation transitions here, right? And then we also need to like play something somehow. So theoretically that is basically the same thing. Oh, because it's named the same. Yeah. Right, and then this would be animation transition. You can already play before passing to insert. Sick. Okay. That's significantly better. So you need to pass in the player. We need to pick an animation. I think, can we pick an ID here, or does this need to be a clip? And then this is probably going to need to do this. So this is mute player. Transition duration will be 0 because we'll just start it. And then new animation needs to be a clip, right? No, and node index. Sick. I mean, not sick because node indexes are annoying. But that's a pet graph node index, so it should just go. And then this is an issue because arguments are incorrect. Oh, expected a duration. And then this needs to be U size or something like that probably because pet graph IDs are not floats. And we'll call into ourselves. So we're taking the number 1 and we're turning it into a node index. So theoretically, everybody should walk when we run the game now. It's nice that I use petgraph in Advent of Code all the time because it makes it a little bit better. So that's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. No graph warnings. This is, by the way, this is exactly why I do warnings and not expects. Because the player is currently broken, right? Or something is currently broken. No graph. right? Warn no graph. And that's just because this will never work, right? This is a thing that would be crashing the application currently. But we're not even working on the player right now. We're just working on something that impacts player later. So trigger on add animation player, query for, and then we probably don't need any of these. We probably also don't need player assets. Don't need any of this. This is also not working yet. So let's change it to 2 maybe. Maybe 1 is static. I forget which one is which. So we are not getting any play at all. Let me turn off this other warning. Like, we are now aware that this is not happening. So we know that the player is broken, as long as I don't forget that between now and the next time I do anything. So inserting animation graph. Not technically what this is doing anymore. This is unfortunately not playing anything. Play a new animation on the given animation player, fading out any existing animations that we're already playing. Play past 0 to instantly transition. Let's do an explicit node index here just in case. I don't know why that would be an issue, but avian 3D node index, that's not what we want. Do we really need to pull in pet graph if we want to use a node index? I mean, I get why that happens, but it's a little annoying. Creates a new animation transitions component ready to be added to an entity with an animation player. I'm unconvinced that this play works unless it's already on. Oh, am I inserting null? Or not null, but no, trans.play 2.into player animations animation 0. Animations is res animations, which is probably a thing that they did for this example. Yeah. And then animations is an animation graph. So we then need the animation graph? Yeah, okay. All right. So we do need to build up the animation graph. I thought you said earlier that we didn't need the animation graph. So we do need to bring back the animation graph build up here. Maybe I misread something. Okay, so we do need to do this ancestor query because we do need to get the handle to the GLTF. So parent query dot iter ancestors entity dot find, and then we want this to be what? Let's make it just for the NPCs for the moment. So for our NPCs, we'll look for customer NPC. Today we are seeing Chris learn how to use animations in real time. So thanks for hanging out. Parent entity NPCs dot get parent. Really, I want this to be a find map probably because I want this to be the result of this, which will then be handle. Is there going to be a handle GLTF on this? Trying to think without running the application. When we spawn, it'll be a scene, right? So the scene has a world. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's a sub scene world, right? It's not the world. Okay, scene bundle, handle to a scene. Once it's spawned, the entity will have a scene instance component. This doesn't have any of the information that we really need. Because it's not guaranteed that this is built from a GLTF. How do we associate the animations in this GLTF with the appropriate things? I guess when we load in, we could do an asset loaded on the GLTFs and do the construction of the graph for each, and then insert a resource with each of the scenes and a key, and then we would just be able to grab it here. Is that the best way to do this? Because this is only going to be handle scene, right? And we need something more than that. We need the animation clips from the GLTF file. The other thing we can do is we are pulling in both the scenes and the GLTF files in assets. So we have character 1, character 2, and then we also have GLTF1, GLTF2. And they're in the same order, and they're vex, so they should be the same. So when we do the random spawn for the customer NPC, we could do GLTF reference, and then this will be a handle to the GLTF for this thing. I guess this is the right place to do the graph generation, or not the right place, but it's a little awkward. Because the scene bundle is a scene, it's not the GLTF. It is... We still need the GLTF because that's where the animations are. We could fake it because they're all the same. Don't love that. I think doing some pre-processing is going to be our answer here. So let's comment that out for a moment. And then this is also going to get commented out because we aren't using it. And then we need to listen to asset loaded events. Scene doesn't even have an ID of any kind, does it? The GLTF contains the handle to the scene. But the scene doesn't contain a pointer back to the GLTF. And we're only using the scene right now. We could, instead of having the assets, instead of even using this set of stuff, always pull in the GLTF and then just always specify scene 0. I don't love that, but it will be true for all of these. Right, because then we have spawn customer NPC, player assets. This is player assets.characters. This is then player assets character GLTFs, right? And then this is a string and a handle to a GLTF. The random character that we're spawning here then is not this. It is then this is a handle, unfortunately. So we would still need the GLTF information anyway. Right? We could do res GLTFs or res assets, GLTFs, GLTF. So GLTFs, and then we have the handle down here, random character, let random character GLTF equal GLTFs.get random character. Unwrap, because this is always going to work. Yeah, when you add a handle scene to an entity, there's a built-in system that goes through every entity in the scene subworld and creates a copy of as a child of the entity. Yeah, so we're not going to spawn the GLTF. We are going to get the scene. And then I think include a reference to the GLTF on the entity. So scene random character GLTF dot scenes 0, right? So now we have a place in our application where the application can actually crash at runtime instead of at load time, or instead of whatever. But so on one frame you add the handle scene to an entity, and maybe on the next frame there will be an on add of the animation player. These are observers, so it won't be on the next frame, I don't think. I see what you're saying though. We have preloaded the entire GLTF, so I think it should happen pretty quickly, but I see what you're saying. So customer NPC is going to have GLTF access. Clone the handle in there. So now we have customer NPC with a handle to that, which means that when we initialize the animations, the animation player, if it is the first time loading the scene, there's all the time waiting for the scene to load from disk. The scene is already loaded from disk. We are using Bevy Asset Loader to preload the scene in this case. Like the GLTF and everything is already in memory. Because we're not using Bevy's asset server, we're using Bevy Asset Loader. So on add, if the built-in system sees the changes in the next frame and spawn an entity using commands, that would make it a delay of 2 frames to see the changes, potentially not guaranteed. Commands don't necessarily require an entire frame to be visible. They just need a sync point. Yeah, apply deferred is inserted in anything that runs commands, or in between any systems that run commands. Okay, so customer NPC, right? So if we query for customer NPC here, and then we iter ancestors for that customer NPC, then this is .ok, and this is option customer NPC, and else continue, warn unable to, I don't know, unable to find and this is going to be NPC, I guess customer NPC. And this is going to be sum. So now we have the NPC, and the NPC will be relevant to grab this from GLTFs, which I guess Did I not make that pub? Is that the problem? And then this needs to be a reference? Yeah. So now we have the GLTF. And it's a bit of a runaround, but now we have animations. So with that in mind, we can go back to this example, and it'll basically just be this. Except we don't have to load anything because we already have customer npc gltf dot animations. Add clips as an iterator? That's interesting. That doesn't seem correct. Move, yada yada, don't care. So we have animations. That's an iterator over node indexes. I don't want to pull impact graph just to specify node index. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have animations. That is a vec of node indexes. We have the clips added. I guess, is this all at a weight of 1? Add clips. All of the clips will have the same weight and will be parented to the same node. Okay, yeah. So in this case, we probably want weight 0 then, right? I guess weight 1 because we're only going to be playing them. Does animation transitions change the weights? Yes. So the animation transition controlling the weights makes it sound like these will be set. So I guess we'll find out. So that we have animations, we have the clips. The graph needs to be inserted, right? Or kept around. I guess they have animations around for convenience. So why not do the same thing? That seems fine to me. Graphs insert also has to happen. Insert resource is not what we want though. We want this to be a component. Animation graph is an asset, so not exactly something you would be changing the value of too frequently. That I understand. Actually, I don't know that I understand that because the animation graph holds the weights and the weights are going to change based on the animation transitions and stuff like that. So manually, I'm not going to be updating the weights anymore. I'm going to be letting animation transitions do that, but we will be modifying those values fairly often anytime not fairly often in terms of like ECS fairly often, but fairly often in terms of like anytime the character, anytime the player jumps or anything like that. So graphs is a res mute, animation or assets, animation, graph, right? Cool. So the graphs are inserted. And then we need to insert the graph handle. Yeah. And then we probably don't need this animations at all, right? I guess it's useful to have. But the graph handle can also just get inserted, right? So we're going to do dot insert graph trans animations. And animations needs to be some kind of component. I'm just going to call this animations list. I'm going to have to pull in pet graph. Damn. Node index. I guess they pull in pet graph here too, don't they? Where do they get that from? Animate, prelude. They don't pull in pet graph. How do they get around pulling in pet graph? Animation node index. Huh. Okay, animations. And then this is going to be an animations list. And then that should just insert. So we've got our animation graph, we've got the transition, we've got the animations. Those are all inserted onto this entity now. And that should work, right? So we've dynamically built up the animation graph. We are using animation transitions. We're getting everything from the GLTF. I have somehow... I've messed something up. Unable to find customer NPC is my guess, right? So that's really interesting. So when the animation player gets inserted, the customer NPC is not yet inserted on the parent. That feels really weird though. So where are we doing this? We're doing customer NPC, spatial bundle. Spawn, on add, unable to find, unable to find. Spawn can only find for the other one. So that doesn't work, unfortunately. It kind of works, but it doesn't really work. Because the animation player gets added before the parent has a customer NPC component on it. So the children get spawned first. Is that accurate? Where are the docs for scene? Let's see, examples. The scale not being applied is a result of early terminating from that system. So because we can't find the customer NPC component on the parent, then we early terminate that loop and thus the scale doesn't get applied. So it's really just an indication of the fact that we can't find that GLTF to do the animation in the first place. It should be entity was seen, then built-in system spawns children. Yeah. But if that's true, the way we're currently doing it, right? So we have this spawn, which is a spatial bundle and whatever, and then we have children, which is the GLTF scene. And what we're doing is we're looking upward from something inside of the scene bundle to find customer NPC, which is on the root parent. So this command spawn should be there. And then the children should get spawned, which is a scene bundle. And then the children inside of the scene would be my thought. But that doesn't seem to be true. Let me check that again just one more time before I go off on a goose chase. So spawn NPC, right? There is no animation on that character. It was unable to find customer NPC for both the player, which is included in that query, and also the newly spawned NPC. If I do this again, we see the animation play on the original character, and the new one doesn't have it, and the player doesn't have it. Right? On add animation player, unable to find, insert, and then unable to find. So we're getting an insert on the NPC that is already there, but not on the new one. So for some reason, the parent isn't available to us. When we're initializing animation. So when we trigger on add animation player gets added before the parent of the scene gets customer NPC. So my guess is that what is my guess? Commands.entity.spawn, we insert the components. I don't know that I have a good guess for that. Where's scene? Scene is here. This is scene. We have one example for scene. See, this is serialization of scene, and I just don't care about serialization. Like, I get why you would want to save a scene and whatnot. But like the dynamic construction of a scene is not what I'm looking for when I look for a scene. I need the GLTF spawning. I guess this is the only documentation we have about working with scenes. That's really awful. We need to fix that. Maybe there's more on scene bundle or something. The scene from scene will be spawned as a child of the entity with this component. Once it's spawned, the entity will have a scene instance component. I guess the other option would be to wait for the scene instance component. Then we do an iter descendants to get to the animation player and an iter ancestors to make sure that we're on an NPC. That unfortunately doesn't give me a lot of confidence that this is actually going to work, but so this said it's going to be a component, so we can use a trigger. So trigger on add this, right? So this should fire. Scene instance. So let's go add this to our plugin. The other problem is I believe scene instance observer is only on main. I think it's an event. So if this isn't a component, then we might be needing to fall back to events. Spawn NPC. And the scene instance fires before on add animation player. So I don't think that helps us. Because if animation player is running after scene instance and it can't find the parent, then scene instance won't be able to find the parent, right? Okay, yeah. The issue is in our when we're initializing animations, right? So we've got this initialize animations. It's an observer. It triggers when the animation player is added. When the animation player is added, we want to add the animation graph to the same entity and start playing the walking animation using the animation transitions. We use the parent to figure out whether it's a customer NPC, so whether we should be doing the logic at all, as well as getting the actual animation graph to use. Now, one thing we can do is move the processing of the GLTF up, and we can listen to the asset loaded event and do the animation graph processing here somewhere else. But we still need a way to associate it with that animation player in some way. And I don't think we have any IDs to attach to. Was that a reasonable explanation, or should I reframe it? because I think I got distracted by my own thoughts while I was talking. So this is the customer NPC, right? It has children. That child is a scene. Those children eventually become the thing with the animation player. And the issue is, here's the animation player in our hierarchy. And we need to have the GLTF from up here at the top level. We need some way to get the list of things Does this have a name? Can we do it that way? That would be really awkward, but maybe it'll work. On add animation player trigger commands.entity trigger.entity dot get no dot let's just do names. This needs to go down into the entity down here, names.getEntity, and I'll just info this. Well, building the animation graph at startup or here doesn't matter. Both of those locations are fine. We still need a way to associate that animation graph with this like sub item in the GLTF. Right, because the animation player is like 4 levels down on the character model. So at the root, we have the thing that you could consider the NPC. Right below that is the scene as a child. In the scene, about 2 levels down, is the character with the animation player. No matter where we build the graph, we need to associate that animation player with that graph somehow. It does look like we could potentially use the name. I don't really like using the name because the name could change to be anything. I'm definitely going to ask in the Discord later to see if when you spawn a scene, if it should have access to the parent stuff. But at the same time, I think we should just start taking these things into blenvy. I think workflow wise, that'll be better for us. I just also like I care about the regular Bevy experience as well. And I think that we should fix this if that's the case. Or I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I could write docs or something that would help other people. In any case, if we pre-process this, we need to associate it with this name. This name is not something we will have unless we... Can we dig into this GLTF file like that? Let's see. Where's our GLTF? This is our GLTF. So GLTF. dot scenes 0 dot what? That's just a handle to a scene, right? And the scene doesn't have any information on it, right? Doesn't have anything associated with it. It's just a handle to a scene and a transform. What is a scene spawner? Right? Like we have this scene bundle, we have the GLTF, we have a handle to the scene. That's still not the right level, right? We need to be another level deeper, at least 2 levels deeper to get to the animation player. So I guess theoretically we could take that scene handle and key it off the scene handle. What did you miss? You missed that. So it doesn't work. Is kind of what we're at. The big issue right now is that we basically have a tree of root entity, scene, other stuff, animation player. And we need a way to get the... We need a way to associate the animation graph with that animation player. Yeah, animation still, unfortunately. So when I click spawn NPC, it doesn't work. And when I click it again, it does work. The issue there is that... Is this the right entity? Yeah, this is it. The issue there is that the root is over here. I don't know if this is big enough. The root is the root, and then there's children, 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 and then there's the animation player. We need to put the animation transitions and whatnot on the animation player, same entity, is my understanding. Which means that we need to go into the GLTF file, construct the animation graph, and then find a way to associate it with this entity. Can you create a separate window for the debug? Are you looking for a bigger debug window, or are you just looking for... like you can create other windows. Tested on code you have on the on-add animation player. Parent is not set yet. Yeah, that's weird, right? That's the issue. The issue is that we can't reach up and figure it out, which is really strange. So that also doesn't matter, right? If it is possible to create a new window that can communicate with the main window, are you asking if it is? Yes, you can. You can create multiple windows in Bevy. That's totally a thing. It's not really relevant for our use case here, but you can totally do that. Yeah, the parent not existing. So the parent not existing is like fundamentally not that important, right? The only thing that matters... Actually, I might have thought of a workaround. Maybe the command spawn is run before the command's entity parent add child, so the order of events is inverted. Yeah, I mean, I might dig into that code later and actually find out. It's weird to me that commands spawn with the customer NPC and then with children's scene bundle, and then stuff inside the scene can't access parent information. But the only reason we need to do that is because we need to build the animation graph and then insert it on the animation player entity. So if we have a way to associate those two things, then we don't need to. And I think that we can potentially do that with the names. I don't like doing it with the names in the way that I'm thinking of doing it because it would require like weird string cutting. Right? So let me just write that. Let's do mod animation graph processing. Right. So use Bevy prelude. Pub struct animation graph processing plugin impl. If I can type plugin for animation graph processing plugin. Add systems, process, loaded, GLTF. And then we could probably restrict that to asset events. So let's do a process, loaded, GLTF. Mute events, event reader, asset event. For events in events, for event in events. Dot read, I think is the right thing to do there. Match event. And then we've got added, modified, removed, and unused. We need loaded with dependencies. So I guess this doesn't need to be a match. This could be let asset event loaded with dependencies ID equals event, else continue. And this doesn't need to be a warning because it's just like we don't want to process things that we don't need to process. And then asset event. Why is asset event an issue? Show me how this is being used. Event reader, asset event, loaded folder. That's not what we want. What do we need this to be? Asset event, GLTF, I think is what we need. So when there's a GLTF loaded, we will get the asset ID or we will not do anything. At this point, we can take our customer NPC stuff. Or not the customer NPC stuff, the other thing for the animations. And do our graph build stuff. So it'll be all of this. And this is fine down here. So we'll also need graphs up here. And we'll take both of these. So we've got access to our graphs resources, and we've got, in this case, a query for all names that I don't know that we're going to use. And then we've got an animations list. So let's do, where's animations list? Animations list. We'll bring this over to our side. And we need to bring it into scope after we do that. So we'll do this here. Make this pub. Bring it into scope so that we don't have to change our code over here. And then animations list. And then we're going to basically have a resource that is loaded animation graphs. I guess loaded animation graphs is just animation graphs. But this needs to be a hash map from like a string to an animation graph. Handle. You already have a RON, maybe make an asset loader for the creates the GLTF and graph. We could do asset loading stuff for sure. What is the problem with that? So loaded animation graphs will have some mapping from like a string of some kind or some other key to the animation graph. Sometimes experimenting to discover how something must be used in a way that works for you is difficult, but I admire your motivation, persistence, morale. Yeah, I mean, so what you're seeing right now is basically the process I go through when I am learning a new concept with the intent of then, say, making a new video about it, or like in the future teaching it to somebody. I could have given up. I could have bailed out and imported everything into Blender and gotten it all working in there. I could have done a number of different things, but I want to be able to answer the next time somebody comes up with this question in Discord. I want to be able to give them an answer and potentially point them to code that actually does the thing. So for me, this is the work, as it were. Because if I don't work through this, then other people who have less motivation to do it aren't going to go work through it. And then everybody's going to lose out. So for me, this is fun. It is a little bit frustrating. In the sense of like, I would say it's a little bit frustrating in the sense of like, it would be nice if this was easier, right? This should be easier. There shouldn't be this weird like friction. This is definitely something worth fixing, whether it's a docs fix or a code fix, or it's coming in the future already. I don't know the answer to that yet, but it should be easier. And if I don't know how to do it, then I can't help make it easier. The only way this will be easier is with UI. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. Okay, so process loaded GLTF. We need what? GLTF. res assets GLTF. We should be able to gltfs.get ID. Yeah, okay. So the other thing, Pupper, is we're not defining the animations, right? I don't disagree that having a UI will make things easier for a large class of people. I don't think that this specifically needs a UI to get better. Right? The animations are already defined, right? Everything is already set up. I actually have all of the animations that we need, all of the clips. It's all in the GLTF. It's all ready to go. Really, all I need is for when we insert that animation player to also insert the animation graph that is defined in that GLTF with all of those clips. And like, yeah, I guess I get that there's more complicated things you can do. There's separate GLTF files. You could have things split across multiple files. You could only want a subset of things. But I don't mean the custom things. I mean the straightforward, like, let's say you got a GLTF from Kenny Assets and it has some animations in it. It should be easy for you to load that in and then use the animations, right? And the friction point right now is that that's not just happening for me, which should be possible, right? So actually, one thing that I might do is I have this plugin. I have this plugin, Bevy Kenny Assets. I haven't announced it yet. I do have a published thing. It works for texture atlases and stuff, or sprite sheets. But one thing that I might do is in here include an asset loader for a GLTF that is a Kenny GLTF. And then you might get like, you know, a Kenny animation graph like component that just labels it. And then you would just be able to use it and not have to deal with it. Yeah, the animation clips are defined, but not the graph, which is also a composed animation. Building it in a UI would avoid this step in code. We don't have to build it. Like, the building it isn't the problem, though, right? Like, the building it is the easy part. If we look at the code for building it, right? Literally building it in our case is this code exactly. It's animation graph, insert all animations. This, like, building the graph is not the hard part. The hard part is associating that graph with the player right now, because there's something funky about how, like, the scene is spawning and the children are spawning before they can access their parents and things like that. So I do want to be clear that building the animation graph, especially with the setup that we have, is not hard. It is animation graph new, add clips, dump vec of clips, which is very easy. It's all of the other stuff. It's the association of that graph with the player that is being difficult right now. Okay, this is gltf.animations.clone. Right? Is GLTF an option? GLTF is an option. Some GLTF equals this, else continue. I guess this is an error if this happens, right? Error. GLTF is not loaded, even though we're in asset event loaded with dependencies. So if this happens, we're effed. Okay, in that case, doesn't that mean you should spawn things in a queue in the initialization? So the issue is I don't have control over the order in which the scene is spawning things. So what we have here is, where's our customer NPC? So TLDR, right? We are spawning something here. This is at a location with some components, whatever. With children, builder scene bundle, right? So we have our entity, we have a child that is spawning this scene, and that scene spawning, everything inside of it, all of those children are not being handled by me, right? That is something Bevy is handling for me. I would like to retain that feature and not build my own scene spawner, which theoretically I could go through all of this and spawn everything individually, right? But I want to keep this specifically. So the way that we were getting around that before is that we have observer triggers for when this animation player component is added to a child. So there's this child like 4 levels deep, 2 or 3 levels into the scene. That is the like containers for the player mesh, the multiple meshes. So this animation player component gets added and then we can do something. The issue is that when this component gets added, we actually don't have access to the information that we need to have access to. You swear there was a way to tell Bevy, hey, spawn this in blah, blah order? Let's go take a look at that. There's a spawn scene thing. This is a schedule. We don't want the schedule. Yeah, so one of the other issues is that it doesn't seem like the scene stuff is particularly well documented. Which is one of the things that we're trying to figure out here. If there is a way to define the order, then that probably needs to be like right here in the docs, right? She'd be like, hey, if you want this to spawn in a particular way or whatever, do that here. But it doesn't seem... Spawn queued scenes? You can queue scenes, it looks like. But that's what's happening by default anyway. It doesn't look like there's anything in here. Spawn dynamic. Maybe it's within the adding components as children. Yeah, so that's what we were talking about earlier. Basically, we have 4 levels of entities. All of those entities have components, right? The 4th level has the animation player, and when the animation player is inserted, it doesn't have the parent, which means that we can't go up the structure to find this GLTF handle at that time. That's the real issue. The real issue is the animation player gets inserted 4 levels down or 4 entities down. And when that happens, it doesn't have a parent component on it, which means that if we try to go up the hierarchy to find this handle to a GLTF on our route, we can't do that. And I don't know if that's a bug or not. I don't know if we're supposed to be able to do that or not. I would imagine that we are. Because if it's a child, then it should have the parent probably first, right? But I don't know that for sure. And that's what we were talking about with the order, where like, is it for some reason spawning the child before the parent? We don't know. And that's code we could look into later. But yeah. So wouldn't you just attach a system to the parent so that you add all the components you need in order? Wouldn't you attach a system to the parent so that you, hang on, there's a icon in the way of me reading your message. So wouldn't you just attach a system to the parent so that you can add all the components you need in order? So parent is not something that we add, it's something that Bevy adds, right? The parent-child relationship While we could manually spawn everything in the scene, and insert, I believe we can insert parent and child ourselves if we want to. If you spawn an entity, it is the parent? Yes. If you spawn an entity, it is the parent. But what we're talking about is literally the parent component, right? A child doesn't know it has a parent until it is added as a child. So it's possible that what's happening in the code is that the children are getting spawned and then they're getting added as children later, which means that if they're getting spawned in, the animation player will be on that entity, but it won't yet be a child of anything. So it won't have this parent. We don't know that that's what's happening in the code yet, but that could be what's happening. So to not rely on any of that ordering at all, what I'm doing right now, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. Well, so one of the common patterns that has shown itself through like Bevy UI and stuff. We'll see if they have the example in examples. This comes up the most with UI stuff, which is why I'm looking for it there. Let's look for a fairly large UI example. Maybe UI. They use with children here. Interesting. Borders. I think I modified this, so it does. Yeah. So this one is my fault. So there's this add child. And if you look at inner spot here, right? This is the borders example. It doesn't really matter what inner spot is. If we look at inner spot is spawned here. And then the root or the border node is spawned here. And it uses the spot as a child. And this pattern has become fairly common. Because it gives you a way to control like when things spawn, whether they spawn in loops, how they spawn, when you construct things and whatnot. It also lets you get past some of the borrow checker errors, so you don't have to keep doing with children for 40 hierarchies. So this could be what's happening, right? You do inner spot command spawn, you're getting the ID of that spawned entity, then you're spawning in something else, or maybe you've already spawned something else. And then you add child with the ID, which means that the child and the parent aren't getting spawned like in order. They're just both getting spawned and then associated. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? That is totally valid in terms of functionality. But it means that we need a different way to associate the animation graph with the animation player. And I know that this is all in the weeds, so I don't mind more questions at all, just to be clear. Okay, so this is game scene. Let's go up to process loaded GLTF. Let's make sure I add this processing plugin to our app before I forget. Before I forget is a song, isn't it? I forget who that's by. Okay, so can't you technically just run init animations after everything is spawned and initialized? Yes, except for the fact that for some reason the scene initialized component gets added before the animation player component. We looked at that earlier. I think that code is still running. We might be able to see it again here. Yeah, if we continue with the RON files, Kukasu, the asset, like a custom asset might be the right approach. Okay, let me do this, spawn the NPC, click. So here's the scene instance component getting added, and here's the animation player getting added. So after the scene instance is ready, the animation player gets added, and the animation player observer is where we're having this issue that it doesn't have a parent. So scene instance doesn't yet have children when it's ready, and the animation player entity doesn't have parent when it's ready. So we can't do it in either of those two locations. The asset transformer wouldn't even be in conjunction with the... yeah, it does seem like something that got overlooked, or, you know, something that is, for some reason, not behaving in a way. Yeah, I mean, I'll ask them later. I'm still going to work through, like, getting it to work and whatnot. But I'll investigate later. Usually when I'm doing this off stream, I'll go into Discord, I'll do a Command F, I'll search through the entire Discord, I'll search through all the Bevy issues, I'll search through all the conversations that everybody has already had about this stuff. And then if I can't find it there, then I'll ask. But I don't, as a general rule, I don't bring up messaging applications on stream. Okay, process loaded GLTF. 4 events, animation graph, animation list. The real question is, can we figure out some kind of name? Yeah, also, people can't consent to their messages being on stream, right? So, like, I don't want to accidentally click something and somebody be like, oh, dang, you showed my stuff on stream or whatever, you know? Sometimes people send me like, hey, do you want to look at this private repo or whatever? So that kind of stuff is all things that I would like to, you know. Yeah, but it's not all on a public server, right? Like Discord also has a bunch of private messages. Let's see. In your code, you have a chain of systems that spawn to GLTF, one that detects when GLTF is finished, and one that parses to spawn component. Yeah, so GLTFs can also just be like a library, and that's totally valid too, right? In that case, you could just look into all the GLTF components. Like, for example, if you were using a GLTF as a big library, you could reach into that GLTF, find all the scenes or whatever, and then spawn them all separately. That's a totally valid way to use GLTF. It is not the way we're using it here. We have about a 1 scene per GLTF file set up here. Okay, so the real question is, is this running? Let's do this. Is there anything else that is worth logging out? I don't think so. Close. There it is. Okay. It's running. That's good. Let's do this and let's rust log equals none, comma, wash cycle equals info. I think that'll work. Yeah, so these are all of our logs now, and we don't have to deal with all the other things. So we can see that we have like 7 GLTF files or something or more loading. Looking forward to the video. All right, yo, have a good one at work. Hope you have a good day. Okay, so error test. This runs. That's good. GLTF needs to be loaded. I went through something similar, experimenting everything until I found something that worked, just with a lot more crying, being upset. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the purpose of the stream. So no real reason to be upset, you know? I could definitely see how I could get into that place if it were, you know, a different situation. Maybe I had a deadline I needed to hit and something wasn't working and I couldn't figure it out. Um, so animation graph is being created. We need gltf dot scenes source. What is source? Named scenes, default scene. What else do we have in gltf? What can we use here? Because after all of that conversation, we still need to actually associate these two things. Scenes handle scene. Scene doesn't have information for us. Named scenes meshes, named meshes. What does named meshes give us? Does named meshes give us the character names? Named meshes. So this is gonna feel like a hack, I think, is really what it comes down to right now. This is going to be named meshes, and named meshes is going to log out basically all of the meshes in the scene and in the gltf file, which is going to be more than we need. So we can see like levels here. Levels is not what we want. Materials, this is stuff from blenvy. Materials, head mesh looks right. The path is mini characters, character mal 1, mesh 0, head mesh, body mesh. I don't think we want meshes going from those names. I think we want something else. So let's see. What else do we have that's named? Named meshes, named materials, named nodes. I think it's a node, honestly. I'm going to need water in a second. Named nodes. So this is named nodes. This is notification light. That's the level. Arm right, arm left, body mesh. Is there a character? It's a lot of character. Is any of these exactly what we need? Arm right, arm left. Let's look for this character pattern because that'll give us the, yeah, okay. So we do have character, like whatever A, character whatever B. So we should be able to look for this because we happen to know that this is exactly what it's going to look like in the keys. And if we find one, then that's what we associate it with. Because I think we'll have that name component. Have we proven that we have that name component yet? Customer NPC, game scene. Yes. Names.get entity. This definitely has the name component. So that's our association point. We're going to use the name. This is mildly unfortunate. I don't love the way that we're going to have to do this. Let's do name here instead of string. And let's do insert resource, loaded animation graphs. This is going to be like hash map default or something, right? not meant for external usage, so I'm not going to implement a default function or whatever. Info named nodes dot iter keys. Named nodes dot keys dot find node dot starts with character dash. And this is not liking it for some reason. So let's bring this out. Option box stir. Maybe have the observer just write a different event that is run on pre-update of the next frame by then the Planet Chair. We could do that too. We could just start chaining things. I would prefer to not do that. I would prefer to have it all set up when we're ready to go. Because also we don't need to do the processing there from what you were saying earlier. You're absolutely right about that. So we now have the name, right? And this is some name else continue. And we don't care if it's not that because there are going to be some names that are not that. This is just a box string. I guess those aren't names. So maybe this does just go back to a string. So info name, animation graph gets built, animations list gets built. We need this resource, loaded animation graphs. This is handle animation graph, and then also animations list, right? So this will be mute, whatever that is going to get called, res mute this. Loaded animation graphs dot insert, I think is the right. No, it's add, isn't it? Insert name animations graph. And this name will have to change to string. So at this point, I believe that we should have, whenever these GLTFs are loaded, which we're using Bevy Asset Loader, so they'll all be loaded on time. We will then have this that we need to fetch from. So this will become loaded animation graphs as a resource. Which we need to bring into scope. So this is our name. And then loaded animation graphs.get name, right? And this name is going to be like dereferenced to whatever, right? Whereas name, name doesn't exist. Name is names.getEntity. So let's do names.getEntity.end then name this. And this is a result, which will be okay. Else continue. And this is not a warning because it should just be allowed to happen. Name is going to come in as a name, so it needs to be either .0 or a shared reference. I think I don't know what name is. Name. Name as stir is probably what we want then. Yeah. Name should not be treated as a globally unique identifier for entities. That's fine. That's fine. As stir with the reference. It's because I didn't implement deref, isn't it? Yep, it is. Absolutely. There's more than that problem there, though. Field 0 is private. Of course it is. And we'll implement deref here. So we should be able to do that. And this is supposed to be okay, which I think is the same function name, right? I guess it's okay or, right? I guess let's change this to an option because that's easier to deal with. And we don't care about the error either. And then borrow stir is not implemented for string, which is required by thingamajigger. Okay, so here we should have our result, which will be a list and a graph. And at this point, we will have spent 4 hours on animations. So we don't need this. We don't need this. We do need this. And graph and animations probably need to be cloned. Invalid bundle. Okay, so what do we have up here? We have a handle to an animation graph and an animations list. So my guess is that this needs to be cloned for that to be valid. But this should be fine. Let's take these out one by one and then put them back in. Let's start with graph. Animation transitions is not a bundle. And we have a handle to an animation graph. I guess the handle to an animation graph doesn't really need to be, it does need to be inserted, doesn't it? So we dereference this to get the actual thing, and then we probably need to clone it. And this is probably an issue with the deref. Blenvy animation graph. That is that is another issue that we ran into last week. Yeah, it does need to be inserted. The graph definitely needs to be inserted. And then we have animations. Animations doesn't need to be inserted. We're just choosing to. Not a fan of the error message, unfortunately. So animations list probably needs clone on it. At which point we can go back and get rid of that and we can clone. Which is pretty typical for components, right? Cloning to give the component to the entity. Okay. 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 So we need this to be the right animation now. I think 1 is standing still. Is 0 walking then? I wish I could use string names for these. I kind of get why not, but let's try 4. Let's look at the RON file, actually. I think the RON file is 1, 2, 3, 4, and these are 0, 1, 2, 3. So should be those. I think the offsets are wrong because it's no longer the same kind of graph. So they are now starting to run and then stopping. Is animation transitions is the main animation defined by something? Let's see, animation transitions. Now we're into, am I using animation transitions correctly? Manages fade out of blend factors, allowing for smooth transitions. To use this component, place it on the same entity as the animation player and the graph. Cool. It'll take responsibility for adjusting the weight on the active animation. What is the active animation? Playing animations through the animation player directly will cause the animation transitions component to get confused about what animation is the main animation. So my question really .play.repeat. I should have just looked at chat. I don't. This doesn't. Oh, it's because it's not on. Yeah. Okay, so this should be it. Spawn, run, 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 spawn, run. I think the second player has crutches, so running without the crutches working is the wrong animation to give that character. But I think we're good in terms of like the animation working. That's the idle animation. I need to build a little example demo that takes this same code and just determines which animation is playing with the label. Because I think 0 is none, 1 is static. 4 looked like running, so 5. What is 5? I think we have this list too. Game scene, here's the list. So 0 is static, 1 is idle, 2 is walking, 3 is sprinting. So 2 should be what we go with for the moment. Assuming this index is 0 based. Congrats, efforts paid off. Well, the efforts haven't paid off quite yet, but yeah. Like it works inside of the game, but that hasn't fixed like the issue with either documentation or see that's idle. I think this is 1 indexed. Yeah. Cool. The so we still need to fix the player at some point. Not too concerned about that. That'll be pretty easy now that everything's working. I want to face these characters in the right direction. Which to me says that we should probably be doing state machines. But as a quick hack, I believe move object is going to be enough. The character with the crutch was running with the animation graph of the normal characters. Yes. So all of the characters have the ability to have any of the accessories like put on them or use any of the accessories. This includes sunglasses, crutches, a wheelchair, a bunch of other stuff. Can I just click on these and show them? Not like that, I can't. Oh well. But yeah, all of the characters. So there's like 12 different characters or something like that. They can all do all of the things. I think some of them come with defaults, but you can also turn them on and off. It's one of the things that I really liked about the character set, in terms of like using something to get the game started. Okay, so let's get rid of this code that's no longer needed, because all of this is now dead code. Look how much simpler that is. Why is this file red? Yeah, so there's static, idle, walk, sprint, jump, fall, crouch, sitting, driving, die, pick up, some emotes, holding, melee attacks, a couple of interacts, and then like 8 animations for wheelchair animations. So like sitting, looking, moving. You know, if I could type, then things would go better for me. Okay, so all of that, and then in our nav mesh for the move object, we're driving the player's look direction based off of input, if I remember correctly. Input direction, direction vector, velocity. Input direction, direction vector, dir, desired velocity, desired forward is negative desired velocity. So I think that that means in nav mesh, I'm just going to apply this to everything because that's how our GLTFs are working at the moment. Where's our transform? Transform here. I guess I have to do this myself. Transform translation distance. This transform is the transform of the object that is moving towards something. So we have move direction. So transform dot looking at. So normalize the move direction, and then vec3y is up. And I think that works because we're mutable. And we might need to negate the move direction, depending on, just from what I saw from the player. I think negating the move direction might be wrong for the y-axis. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, that's because this transform is not the transform of the player that we're animating. Okay, okay. Move object. Let's say children, query children. And then transforms, query mute transform. I think that's going to conflict. So we'll do without object, right? Transforms, mute transforms, maybe without path. So children.iter descendants with that entity that we are operating on. Dot find e transforms dot get e transforms dot get. Is that enough? No. Let's do with animation player. Okay, so transforms get with animation player. Find dot is, I guess we can find map, right? The only question I have is if we can get mute here, or if not. I don't think that we can because we're looping over stuff. So if we get with the entity, right? Yep, entity. Then T is an option entity. And we do, I guess, if let some character entity. Then we, is that okay? I thought that's some, yeah. Then we transforms dot get mute e unwrap because we just did this. Character entity. I'll leave a comment here. If we have a child that is an animated character, face them in a direction. So that should point us in a direction, hopefully based on which direction we're moving in. It does not. Let's do info here. And in the meantime, I will not negate that. Unless look at is the wrong thing to do. No, I just did this query incorrectly. So this entity is the object query, which is the things that are moving, right? Which we only have one of. Actually, this is the wrong place to do this. Because we have a different function for the customer NPCs. So we'll take all that out, go to customer NPC, move customer. That's where we need this. That makes more sense. I forgot I broke that function out last weekend. We need to normalize the Y. They're all sitting back like this, looking straight up. Y is let's see, move direction dot normalize, new direction dot Y equals transform dot translation dot Y. So we keep the Y axis so that we're not looking up at some random thing. You think look at is also wrong? Why do you think look at is wrong? You think I think look at is behaving correctly currently. So that's virtual grid machine, spawn NPC. NPC runs over, is ready. We grab it. We click on this. We wait about 10 seconds. You think the argument to look at is a position, location, not a direction? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if I'm basing it off the direction that the player is moving in. We could use a different function, potentially, right? And then we pick this up, we go back, and they take off, and they leave. So now at least our NPCs look like they're moving where they're going to move. The conversation about look at, transform look at, rotates this transform so that transform forward points in the target position and transform up points up. So I guess the question is, look 2 is technically that? I think this is the best option. Well, okay, so the look to is a convenience function, first of all, right? Look to, if we look at the source, does a whole bunch of stuff that I just don't want to deal with, right? So we could rotate it, right? Or we could use look to, which is a convenience function for effectively rotating to look at the thing. Right? This is effectively constructing a rotation. Direction and up, direction and up. Look to is mutative, I think, and looking to returns the transform. Yeah. There's also look at. which, yeah, so look 2 is probably what we want to be using because I'm normalizing this. Right? At which point we don't need to normalize here because we don't need to double normalize. I think it's the same amount of work for us, not for the computer necessarily. This looks like it works. Oh, that's the other problem with that one. Okay, so look 2 results in, I think that might be because we put the normalize here. But then we also have to normalize the y anyway, which is awkward. I think we want look at. And then we don't actually need to normalize. I think we want look at because we're using the Y translation and it's not being modified at all. I guess we could set it to 0. What would we set the Y to if we were doing unit based? Probably 0. Which is probably better. Right? Yeah, look 2 with 0 Y. And then we don't need to think about the Y at all. That makes sense to me. All right, cool. I think I'm going to call it on that. It's been about 4 hours. We basically did animations today for NPCs. I am okay with that. So we've got this NPC. It goes over to the spot. It probably needs to stop at this point. We didn't do state machines today. We'll probably do state machines next week because we do actually have to handle the state machines. We click on this. It's doing work right now. I think we can tell it's doing work by looking at the output here. And then it's done. So we go back to our game, click on this, and then we go back and they leave. So overall, not a terribly productive stream, but we do have characters working now with animations, and we're in a good spot to do a state machine based or some other kind of AI based NPC situation, which I'm particularly happy about. Now we can kind of like, they're all being navigated via the nav mesh. So wherever they go, they will look at where they're going. Maybe we can like change the animation based on how fast they're moving and things like that. That would all be cool. We need to start on some art at some point soon. I don't know that I'll have time to really dig into art over the next week or two. So it'll probably come after that. But nobody is going to play this game as a gray box. Thanks for hanging out, Muscle Team. Yeah, cool. I think we're done here. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Xavier, thanks for the suggestions. Fukasu, thanks for the suggestions. Yeah. And hopefully I'll be able to find a better way to do that animation stuff or the association. Later, y'all. I'll be back next weekend, same time.